All right. Good morning. Yeah, sorry. I just got home like 2 seconds ago, so give me a second here. Looks like support at 57.50. A little bit of resistance to the upside at 67.70 and 75. So pretty wide range going into open. Is that right? All right. So bot puts above spot 67.70. Hold on. Better way to do this. Sorry. 70. Okay. Hope everything's okay and you were just out having fun. No, I had to go do something this morning and then I got stuck behind a car accident for like 40 fucking minutes on my way back home. I like just got in the door before market opened. But it was fine. I had a strangle, so There really wouldn't have been an opportunity to close the call side of it. Are we gonna V? That's a little hard to say right now. I don't think this is a very good start to the day, but if we get back above 75, there's a little potential for us to move back out to like 5,800. There's some sold puts coming in 70, 75. There's a bunch of sold puts at 5,800. Then to the upside of 5,800, bot puts at 58, actually synthetic shorts, 58.15, 58.20. Um, there's really no sold put support to the downside till 56.75 though. So we'll have to see where support actually builds. There's some longer dated support at 57.50, but that's really all that's like stabilizing that level. So I would say it's probably not too hard for this to slip and drop further. Bulls did some like immediate put selling, like right it open, which I think did weird shit to like the gamma flip. If you guys are looking at GS, I think they were selling the 57.70 like right at market open, and there was like a decent chunk of those fucking, yeah, like 500 each of the 57.70, 57.75. But it looks like the 65 put and the 50 put are being bought up right now. So that might narrow the range for a bounce a little bit. On the macro data, which I needed to look at last night and I didn't get to kind of cover with you guys, we're still like put leverage went up, but we're still to the downside of like where the peak of put leverage is. So, with especially with the overnight drop, um, we're kind of where like put leverage, like where the moneyness is like 0.984. If you guys are looking at, oh, here, let me share that. So yeah, we were here at close, and now we're kind of like right there. So slip to the backside of the put leverage again, which means that we're also back above like that crossover point between call and put delta. So I think they tried to leverage up yesterday really hard, but it just failed, which I was kind of suspicious of last night anyway. Um, which might have sounded like I was waffling on being bullish, but yeah, it kind of looked like the bulls had like stepped in at like 5,800, but it didn't look like it was very stable. Skew got fucking wrecked. I mean, if skew went down hard, that's because people repositioned to the downside. Yeah, that looks like people did. Are you doing anything to hedge against the dollar potentially getting walloped? I have quite a lot of like yen futures exposure. A lot. There's no 15-year bond, Balani. You're looking at the mortgage rate report for the week, I believe. There's a 4 and 8 week auction today. This is below GNDN. Yep. And falling. What happens mechanically below delta neutral on the monthly? Well, the same thing that happens below delta neutral on the weekly, but the effect is more exacerbated. Basically, you start to get into a conditions where like the MM is just selling, regardless of the up or down tick. It's more like they're selling the down tick, but not really buying the uptick. So below gamma neutral, you know, they flip from selling from selling the uptick in positive gamma and buying the downtick to selling the downtick and buying the uptick. In a negative delta environment, especially on the monthly, you start to run into like a situation where they're just selling. And so you kind of lose a lot of the like upside potential range. The market gets like a lot less squeezy to the upside, and starts just grinding down. Nvidia's not doing too bad. I figured it'd be down more with all of this sell-off. How is Nvidia doing? It's down about 3%. It's fairly significant. All right, give me a second to make some coffee and like get my shit together, and I'll be back on. Do you guys want me to leave it on GS or do you want it on like WeBull? GS. All right. I'll be right back. All right. How's everyone doing? I am back. Mom good? Yeah, it's fine. Ooh, pushed above 75. Gork my poots. Yeah, yeah. Got a little bit of a reversal here on ES. I'm not sure this is going to actually develop into anything, but it may. Let's see. VIX is coming down pretty hard. Yeah, wholesale inventories came out, slightly expanded. Total vehicle sales were up for February. Jobless claims were pretty flat. Non-farm productivity was above expected, but half of what it was in the prior quarter. Unit labor costs were up, but not as much as expected. Okay. So we got a 4 and an 8 week auction at 11:30. And then some Fed speakers. Wow, one Fed speaker, 3:30, Waller. Some Fed speakers after, Bostic speaking after market close. And Chinese balance of trade tonight at 10. Tomorrow we have NFP. And it's a little weird, but we're going to be going into the weekend with one piece of the labor data missing because we don't get the JOLTS report until Tuesday. Not that the fucking JOLTS report actually matters, but that's where we're at. Um, Lennox said tariff Trump is going to allow a lot of other industries, other than auto, to be exempt on the news. Hmm. Yeah, whoever pays him, right? The bounce is Lutnick? Goods related tariff delay likely until April 2nd. We're discussing possibility of delaying a second wave of our planned tariffs. We need to see fentanyl deaths decline. Well, it's kind of self-defeating. I expect to speak with Mexican counterparties later today. Tariff reprieve not likely, just about automakers, likely to include all USMCA covered products. Trudeau says U.S. trade war to persist for the foreseeable future. We only had 11,000 people die last year, or 111,000 people die last year from fentanyl. It's like nothing. Is it just because it's where his voting base is? He can't afford to lose more of his 30% to fentanyl. I know what USMCA products cover. He's manufacturing consent. I know what he's doing. Ooh, 58.50. We're still quite a long way from that. Although it is kind of funny watching him roll out policies and then immediately walk them back. It's like 4 years ago all over again. Trump thinks up a thing, does a thing, and then people with money call Trump and go, "What the fuck?" And then he's like, "Oh, I didn't mean to do that thing." The only person with TDS is you, get real. He said it's a war on drugs, not a trade war. Who gives a shit if people are overdosing on fentanyl? At least they're dying happy. The former official said he doesn't think Trump is playing the sort of three-dimensional chess people ascribe to decisions like this. More often than not, he is just eating the pieces. Is the bottom in for the day? Um, Good question. We got some positive gamma here. Little bit of support at 80. Hmm. Let's see. Still sold puts at 5,800. 5,775 sold puts are in the money now. Bot puts to the upside 58.15, 58.20. It's gonna be a little bit of resistance at like 95, but I don't see much else. Bot calls at 80, 85, 75. Yeah, so we have a little bit of resistance to the upside, and then not much. Honestly, not much positioning above that. Gamma was pretty flat from 5,800 up. There's a couple of bot puts in the way, but not much else. I'd say if we can get to the upside of 5,835, seems like a pretty decent target. Where's the libertarian resistance to all this anti-drug rhetoric? Who the fuck knows? I'm not sure that the news on tariffs is all that positive. You know what I do think is funny though? The argument that we can't take people's guns, but somehow limiting fence supply will stop addicts. We're not gonna like effectively eliminate the fentanyl flow into the U.S. It's ridiculous. Every time the U.S. tries to step in and start a fucking drug war on something, it just ends up making the drugs more expensive and more popular. Those Canada cartels are out of control. It's like less than 1% of the fentanyl supply coming into the US comes through the Canadian border. Those Montrealers really know how to party, man. Fucking Christ. Stupid economic policies. But if he doesn't declare a state of emergency, he can't impose the tariffs at the rate he wants to impose them at. So it's a double-edged sword. I need an excuse. How high can this go? Potentially, like, I mean, we could get all the way back to like 58.50, to be honest. We're gonna need some positioning, at least to get over 15 and 20. Like, they're probably gonna need to reposition a bit. But yeah, I don't see anything stopping it. 5,800 is the only significant resistance. Things could just sell off because we're in such a negative environment. Hmm. TQQQ short at 70. No? Why? Wait, are you doing that? You. The time to short it was definitely when it was at like 90. Not why. No, yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't go short right now. Still, Costco and AVGO earnings tonight. Ooh, hmm. I'm not sure these overnight sell-offs are quite done yet. little bit of a rejection. Tested 798 at the high. Watch for a higher support here. Poses some risk. Bounce off the gamma flip. Pretty good so far. Ooh, big reversal. Huh. Gerb, win moon. I think we're pretty far from mooning. Delta flips at 58.10, but resistance is at 5800. What's going on with correlation right now? Trying to turn it around. Jesus, that's high. See if we can get the support to push out higher. Maybe like retest retest 5800. Well, the upside grind's happening more during the day because they need the MM to help them pump. Possibly. Also just because we sold off overnight. Some pretty decent resistance at the S5807. Yes and NQ are both back above VWAP here, though. So I'd expect bulls to probably keep pressuring the 5800 level so they get a breakout. Microsoft's green on the day, says Apple. AVGO's down 3%. Google's up. Nvidia's down 2.28. Lower high bad. I mean, it's just consolidation. It's bullish too, so still higher lows. How the fuck do you own shares of top? Wait, are you serious? I think we all think testing delta neutral in the monthly would be a healthy market correction. Yeah, yeah, I agree. I like how Lutner described U.S. manufacturing jobs as high paying. But also they'd be using AI and robotics. We expect to add 3 new jobs to the economy in total. Mm-hmm. Can you say it's bullish so I have some conviction to hold my calls? Multiple rejections off of the test won't be, but things are fairly stable and bullish right now. Pickle jar, I made $100,000 using GS. Next day, win top up, dichotomy of man. Yep. A feeling you're not late for your flight and your puts for tomorrow are all in the money. Nice. Less in the money than they were, though. Testing it to the cent isn't a guarantee. We didn't get that close to it. No. $10 off. Gross. A couple cents would have been okay. Ooh-wee. Nice. Let's do it. Sometimes I just love futures. I wonder how fast I can blow that shit up. Yeah, a little bit of resistance at 10 and 15 due to the bot calls. Seems like plenty of buyers coming in to pick up the profit taking, though. Should start to push out above positive delta here, which means upside for ES 58, 48, 25. Back to the, well, nowhere near the bear signal, I guess, but maybe back to close from yesterday. Might be a little bit of resistance around 30, 35. But unless this test at 5800 fails spectacularly, the upside looks pretty good. Why are bot calls resistance piles of positive gamma? There's bot calls and bot puts at those strikes also. So it's a little bit of both. What's the practical difference between plus and minus gamma environment, plus and minus delta environment? um, well, in a positive gamma environment, the market maker buys the uptick, sells the downtick. In a negative gamma environment, they sell the downtick, buy the uptick. Or I'm sorry, did I say that right? In a positive gamma environment, the market maker is selling the uptick, buying the downtick. So they act as a supportive mechanism against failures in price. In a negative gamma environment, they buy and sell both. So they sell the down, buy the up, which creates volatility and wider ranges for price action. Delta's a little different. For delta in a positive delta environment, delta is gained to the upside, lost to the downside. The hedging behavior is the same for the most part, but negative gamma to the upside of spot causes the market maker to buy as it goes in the money. And so, like, positive delta is more of a driver of like consistent price improvement in a positive gamma environment where the MM's selling the uptick. And then it's a driver of, downside moves in the negative in the negative environment for the literal opposite reason. Can we see 5900? That's pretty far away right now. Let's see if they can even get it above the delta flip here. So far, they're not doing a great job. It's getting a bit grindy at resistance. Hmm. 20 and 30 to the upside. Starting to pick up a little bit of interest. Hmm. It's an awful lot of profit taking here. Are you confident in this move up? Well, we're already positive gamma, and bulls have been shorting volatility all morning. I'm not that confident that this isn't going to get rejected here. I don't think the rejection is going to be all that bad. There still seem to be plenty of buyers. Mm, still no put selling yet. Hmm. How to view put call premium ratio? Put premium divided by call premium? 1.33. Hmm. Oh, goody. Putin's threatening Europe. Is that all profit taking? Hmm. There's really no one stepping in to stop the uptick in vol. Wonder why they're not selling puts. Ooh. Where's that? There's a big bot put position at 57.90 for tomorrow. That's awkward. Yeah, still the only sold puts are like 5,800. They're not really selling the 90 or the 85 or the 95. There's some bot calls, 80 and 95, and then a few like out of the money, like 20. I wonder why they're not selling the puts at spot though. Some bot puts at 58.05, still at 58.15 and 20 as well. So some resistance to breaking over 58 coming in. Not a lot of positioning between like 57.90, 57 or 50, 57.90, 5800 on either side. Wonky head and shoulders, possibly. I'd watch for the right shoulder to break higher though. What's up, Nuke? Hmm. Let's see how correlation looks this time around. Kind of flattening out. Not sure how I feel about that. Yes, is back above 58.07. A little bit. 58.1150 right now. Whether this breaks out or not is probably pretty critical here. I think we're past most of the profit taking. 4-week bill auction at 11:30 Eastern. There's only one time zone. I say that because it'll save you a lot of confusion, even if you live in a different time zone. It probably means calls are being bought there, or sold calls are being bought to close. You can see by the put volume that it's not puts. But yeah, people are picking up out of the money calls. It's a rejection, but not the worst one I've ever seen. Bulls really need to get this back above 20, I think. Like above 5,800 is fine, but 20 puts them in a much better position. Just like drop off and delta is pretty rough. And there's no like speed doesn't really pick up until we get like to like 15, 20. So they're kind of fighting back against that a little bit too. Like the MM's super willing to just sell off back to like 57.90 here. Hmm. There's a bounce. A little bit of volume on it. 5807.94. If they can get the positive delta underneath them, that's going to help the bulls quite a lot, which I think we just did a tiny bit. No, not quite yet. MQ's breaking up. Down's canceled till after OPEX. I don't know about Downs canceled. I think we're just gonna probably stay somewhere between like 58.50 and 59.50. Right now, it seems like it's going to be very, very hard for bulls to get through the like 58.75 through 59.50 range. And they really need it like back above 6,000 before they can get any traction. So yeah, we're overdue for a bear rally, but they can't seem to get a handle on one, despite this being their third attempt now. And the Bears have a huge advantage in that they can just crush the bullish positioning with like little to no effort. And I mean, that's what they did yesterday at the 58.50 breakout. They did it the day before at 58.75. And bulls have to start all over from the bottom each time. It gets tough. It's not an advantageous position for them to be in. Think about when we're like above GN and DN and pushing up into like Vega neutral gamma max, and the bulls just have this huge advantage. Every dip bounces and usually recovers to a higher high. This is the opposite of that. How the fuck do you have 24 likes? I don't know. I'm not a very popular person. I have 124. Give me your sausage secrets. Grind up a little extra fennel seed in a mortar and pestle. Really makes it pop. I'm not sure how I feel about another failure here. SRF is king. Did it finally bounce on the trend? Oh, nice. Well, kind of. Cool. Hmm. Correlation's starting to come down a little bit more. Forward yield on vol still pushing up. Carry leverage is rocketing. What the fuck? Jesus, this whole thing is gonna blow up so badly. Fucking Dixie's down like 30 points on the day, and the yen's still down against the dollar. Our rates are a little too high for it to be a carry right now, but if we cut rates substantially, oh yeah. Two-term presidents don't have a better second term. What about FDR? Do you ever buy into rising prices to increase leverage? Yeah, it's called averaging up.
Adding to winners tends to be a lot better than adding to losers. Hmm.
Did I just cut out? Nope, that's not looking good. Ooh-wee. Dump back to 57.90 again. Hmm. That's dog shit. It's dumped pretty hard. NQ lost 2380. Hmm.
Bounce is getting stuffed. Hmm. Not an impressive bounce on ES. Youch. I got fucking wrecked. Next relevant support's like 75.
The fuck was that? Ultimate bull trap. News? No tariffs on Mexico. Oh, okay, yeah. Mexico or Canada for USMCA goods. Dude, is Trump playing the gamma flip right now? Like, what the fuck? Baron is. Hmm. You put the tariffs in, you pull the tariffs out, you put the tariffs in, and you shake them all about. That was about to fail, too. Jesus fucking Christ, man. I'm gonna need stops on just. Like, I need a wide stop on every position I carry. Trump is providing the perfect environment for exit liquidity and de-risking. Yeah, yeah, he is. Good to cover three, 4.23 on the high yield, sold 75 billion. Yeah. Tariff reprieve for Mexico USMCA goods until April 2nd. Oh, so he's not excluding the USMCA goods. He's just giving Mexico a reprieve on them until the 2nd. This shit is wild. Israeli threats of war and blockade won't secure the hostages. Hamas. Hmm.
Still a little bit of support at 75. Just speed pick up to the downside. Hmm, like under 75. If we lose 75, we'll probably fall back to 50 or lower. 40, 50 or 40. '75 is a big sold put wall. Wouldn't secret top? I mean, I think if this sell-off doesn't lead to a failure at 75, we're probably going to try to push back for 5,800 again, right? Kind of only makes sense. It's just me, or does Gamma look like they'll basically try to push for 45.50 end of day? I mean, probably. But if we fall to the downside of that, all of that won't matter. So we're in a bit of a tricky spot right now. A pretty weak fucking bounce off of 75. And just tested it again. $75. Why are we tanking? Because Trump drove a bunch of volatility, shook the bulls out. Also, we lost the primary support at 75, so maybe retest 50, 40 to the downside. It doesn't matter if they're delayed; they're still gonna. So they're not gonna go into effect on USMC MCA goods, right? And then it was no, they're going into effect, but on April 2nd. Is Trump going to crash our market? It's starting to seem more and more likely. He's trying. Yeah, he is. Is AMKBY worth anything had to do a worldwide trade war? I'm up and considering selling. I mean, things are still going to be traded. And also, they're not US based. Which currency do you have your shares denominated in? Because if you have them in kroner, it's like a slight advantage. Can we get a wider version of GEX IVOI overlay in GS for high volatility environments eventually? You mean the bottom right chart? Probably. Yeah. We're probably gonna split it up into separate charts, but yeah. Eventually we will have more live tools that make all of that a lot easier to visualize. Tribute Frank. Nice. I made a fun position on SPX. Well, it's like that. But there is like 30 minutes of the day where I can close the whole thing profitably for like right in here. Although not as profitably as this. What the fuck is this? Double butterfly. We're at the 50 test. That's illegal. If you close a bunch of puts that were bought with unsettled cash in the complex order for all of them, does it count as one violation? I think so. Why'd you buy YieldMax today? The fuck? Two days ago. Unbelievable. Did you buy it at the top? My cost basis is still 14.20. Although, I think if it tests 14, I'd probably buy more. The value of the underlying in YieldMax isn't really why I bought it. 14.50? Wait, Greg, did you buy YieldMax when vol was high? Mm-hmm. I didn't buy a ton. Also, isn't today the ex-dividend date? It paid out 25 cents a share. It paid out 25 cents a share, and I'm up 25 cents a share. I want to strangle when vol was high. I made sure to lose 20% on both sides. Nice. Spring off 57.42. I don't. I don't think failing the upside breakout again is very bullish. Damn. Just kind of blew right through the 40 support. Are we gonna get 56.96 today? 56.96 end of week? Oh my god. I'm winning so hard. In this clip, we're ending the week at 5K. That's a bit much. What did you do? I didn't do anything. Trump did this. Can we go to 56.50? Mm, we haven't even tested delta neutral yet. Calm the fuck down. Bulls are probably going to try to save 57.50 again, if they can. Like, we got the low test at 40, which was the PT for the drop, so let's see what happens. There's going to be some repositioning here, if nothing else. There's still not a lot of gamma to the downside. There's more than there was, but, I mean, we're down here. Like, right there. So, it's not like we're losing a lot of gamma on a continued move down. It's a little bit better than yesterday. But not a ton. Bulls are probably going to sell the in the money puts here at like 50 and 75 because they're already positioned at those strikes. No one wants to test DN. Not on the monthly. That shit's scary. So we got bot puts at 40, 50. Still have a shitload of sold puts at 75. Yeah, a little bit of vol shorting coming in here. Any chance they go back to save the 75 puts? Probably. I think the question will be, can they get it back above 50? Because that's going to be resistance. And then, if they do, on a 75 test, are they just going to pull back the short puts, or are they going to try to lever up and push higher? And that, I'm not too sure about right now. This could still pretty easily sell back off again. The YieldMax thing looks interesting. Would you consider doing pickles picks around ETFs like that, which you like? Um, maybe. I just bought it for like 3 to 8 weeks while volatility is elevated. Not only is it relatively cheap, but the yield on it's gonna pump because vols like correlations breaking down and volatility is really high on a lot of the underlying stuff. But it's like a weekly dividend, so I mean, if it starts paying, like I think it just paid 0.25 today per share, 0.24 per share today, 244. And it's like 1440 right now. So it was like paid 1.6% over 1 week. Plus it's up from the low still. I think I'm still up like 22 cents a share. What bank is least likely to fail? PNC is in a fairly good position. I mean, JPM should be, but if they have to buy up more banks, they're going to get overexposed. BNP, might be okay. Some of the regionals aren't in too bad of a spot. Is JPAS speaking tomorrow? Oh, he is. 12:30. Nice. Has LNT
Someone put
topped
their pickle
out?
in my jar if big banks collapse. What about the pores who have less than 250k in local credit unions? Extra fucked, less fucked, or same fucked? 3.
If big banks collapse, what about the poors who have less than 250k in local credit unions? Extra fucked, less fucked, or same fucked? Credit unions have their own insurance that's separate from FDIC. But I mean, for now, you should probably consider that federal protection programs are going to remain in place. You could diversify if you're really worried about it. Like you could put like a third of your money in a brokerage account, a third of your money in a checking account, and a third of your money in a credit union, and that way you have three different protection mechanisms on a third of your money. Short your bank. So 3 accounts, $9. Got it. Yep, there you go. Take out a massive loan and use it to buy puts. We got back above 52. I think that's significant.
Someone put their pickle in my jar. How likely is it that brokerages would
How
go
likely
down?
is it that brokerages would go
So
down? So
you're
even
all
if you're
you could
all
still in
cash, you
theory
could still in
get
theory
fucked
get
if
fucked
Schwab,
if WeBull,
etc.
Schwab,
gets in trouble.
etc. gets in trouble.
3.
I mean, you have SPIC insurance, which is kind of like FDIC. Or SIPC. SIPC. And I think that's 500K. With 250,000 for cash, 250,000 for securities. If I remember correctly. What kind of insurance does ComputerShare have? I don't know if they have any. Actually. But they shouldn't, like in the event of like a market crash or something, they should never have to liquidate any holdings. Because they're just a transfer agent. What's up, Wi-Fi? Yeah, everything's good, man. How you been? If your shares are DRS, that's all the insurance. Is the flips diverging of note? Yeah, I don't really know if it's that notable.
Conquefador 69 put their pickle in my jar.
But,
Does
I mean,
Gamma Strike cover
it's
losses on
definitely due to
portfolios due to getting
repositioning,
rugged by
shortfall
Pickle's
coming in.
picks? Also, can Gamma Strike be insured by SPIC so we can hold pickles in our hands? Cheers. 3.
Does Gamma Strike cover losses on portfolios due to getting rugged by Pickle's picks? Never. Also, can Gamma Strike be insured by SPIC so we can hold pickles in our hand? What was the rest of that? Pickles in our hands. Cheers. No. Also no. Not a broker, so kind of not going to be a lot of help. You too, man. If Gamma Strike's not a broker, then where did the money I put into it go? Straight to Kenny. Right back to 40. Yes, no contracts on Tootsie Roll. The Bulls are selling the 70 and the 75 and the 25 and the 20. A little bit of sold puts at 45.50, but not very many. And then there's bought calls at 65 and 80, but also bought puts at 65. So 65 is going to be a bit difficult to get over. Did someone say Tootsie Roll? Calm down. Notice extreme resilience to this drop. God damn it. Full bull over 65? No, but more bullish over 65. Pretty sure full bull is still reserved for 5,800. There's bot puts at 85. Some bot puts out at 20 too. There's a very good chance this loses 40 and we just get down to like delta neutral. And if we get down to delta neutral, we're probably really likely to test 5,700. Dork, my weekend prediction's doing so good. We're almost gonna live the dream. Does that mean my Jeppy puts are gonna print? Literally only in the event of complete economic collapse. Greg, I have no position. Is it too late? I don't know. We're still building support here. We might slip it a little, but we could bounce back over it again. So you're saying there's a chance? I mean, yeah. Very small one, but a chance. Yeah, me too. I think that divergence you're seeing there is when they're selling that like 70, 75 put up like up here. Those puts. I'm wondering what happens at VIX 25 that they're all so scared of. I mean, we've already gotten 2 bear rallies. Both were like 200 points. I think we might just keep getting smaller and smaller bear rallies until the bulls just give up and support's lost. I don't know if that's today, but it might be after NFP. VIX 26. Yeah. Will we rocket tomorrow? I don't know about rocket, but we could push up. Ah, maybe. Let me see something. Oh, somebody asked me LMT. Yeah, resistance on LMT is like 60, 65. I forgot to answer that. Looks like it got rejected off of 63 earlier today. Back down to 54. I still think, like, long term, it's building support here. So, you know, if he keeps holding above GN, I mean, you could play like a longer window on it back to the upside. The recovery so far has not been bad. I mean, it's up quite a bit from the low test at 420. But I need to look at this. Hold on. So, I mean, things are a little better above 5,800, but see, it keeps failing because of all of these like bigger put positions. I would say bulls probably need the delta that's further out, like into the OPEX expiration, to really get a like sustained move to the upside. And they need to get back above, well, like almost back above GN. So I would say back above like 58.90. Like it's still so far out of the money. Like look, Delta's just like gone into OPEX above 59.40. Which also means there's not like a lot to squeeze to the upside. Like if we reversed and from where we're at now and squeezed all the way up, we'd still end around like 5900, 5910. And then upside gains from there would slow pretty substantially. And because we're massively underwater right now, I mean look at the fucking like delta and gamma exposures. Adjusted delta is negative 281 billion, and gamma's at negative 31 billion, and that was last night's close at like 58.50. We're $100 lower than that right now. So negative gamma here is probably, it's around 45 billion plus the SPX chain, which is another negative 33 billion. So that means like every dollar to the downside is another like 70 billion in gamma. Are we close? DN's right here. 21. 21 and change. So yeah, very close. See, I don't know, I wouldn't sell puts at a test of gamma neutral. I would sell puts if we fail it and go above it. It's been a long time since we've had like a real failure at GN. But it used to be when DN. When DN on the monthly failed, you drop like 5%, like immediately. Like it's not good. Like all failures of DN historically have been really, really bad. The only one that didn't do that was the one in August. And that's because, like, it started to. It went down quite a bit, but then, like, Japan reversed their decision. It wasn't just because it was a bull market. It was because, like, Japan actually reversed their decision. But, like, closing below delta neutral on the monthly is very, very bad. No, it's not like Gamma Max. It's not supportive. It's the opposite. It's like a downside accelerant. Once you get below there, all delta on both chains is negative. And like gains in total delta exposure basically only exist on puts, and call delta falls off. I mean, you can look at like the options macro and get a sense of like what happens there. Right, look at like OI delta value, right? And we're about here right now at 2.4 trillion. But if you go, you know, like another 2%, yeah, like another 2% to the downside, it goes to 3.18 trillion input delta. %10 away from, yeah, I mean it's a lot. I don't want to talk about 10% away from last night's close, but it gets really nasty. And then that can go all the way out, right? Like that acceleration in the like gains and put delta, like that doesn't cap out until you get down to like 0.78 moneyness, which is 22% from to the downside from last night's close. I'm gonna come. I will say that bulls are most incentivized to save the market here, but they've been trying. Where did all the money from the last 3 years go? Cost to carry? Or they're saving it to buy the bottom. It's not like all that margin's cheap. 22%. That's like VIX 10,000. No. DN's like 57.21. Sada Buffett's third of a trilly. Exactly. Imagine being underwater on 10x leverage sold puts. It's more than that, right? It's 10x leverage treasuries, and then that money's 10x leveraged again. Thanks, Sheepdog. What's a reasonable PT for USD JPY, assuming that the carry trade collapses? Where would it have been like most normalized? It's been a while. Probably around 100. But it could squeeze, right? Because they're short the yen, long the dollar. So like technically yen can short squeeze very high. The last time that really happened was like the like post 2007 into like the like GFC recession. And I think yen got to like 75 around then, something like that. And leverage on it now is like pretty much, I mean, we've gotten higher, but I would say right now it's about equivalent to what it was before the GFC. Forward yield on vol is just bumping. Hit a high today of 15.62. Jesus fucking Christ. I still think it's helping the bulls a little bit that the yield curve is kind of bear steepening again. But that's a frightening chart to look at too. Why? It's a recession predictor. This is like the what, early 90s recession, .com bubble, GFC, COVID crash. Now. And this is moving up pretty rapidly right currently. So and then if it moves higher relative to these. So, yeah, like That's your depression line. Yeah, but like this period while it's climbing is usually when the market crashes. So like if you look at this, like this is the COVID crash is right there, which we're almost at. The collapse of the GFC was higher. That was, up here around like 1.3, 1.5%. .com bubble was around 1%. If we crash good enough, do we avoid sessions? No, not at all. The first rate cut of 2025 is priced in for June. A little bit, right? Like if you look at like Fed Fund futures, they're not pricing in a full rate cut for June yet. They're starting to, but they haven't. Not fully. It's like 0.18 right now. Right now, it's like the first real rate cut is priced in for September. I don't expect more cuts. I think if they cut more, they're just going to create a bigger problem with inflation, and they already know that. They need to wait for inflation to normalize against a rate that's not restrictive. Yeah, I know we're failing. And since inflation is spiking and is only going to spike harder due to tariffs, it's probably going to be a long time before they're able to bring rates down more. I think right now, with the current path inflation is on, it's far more likely we see a Fed hike than a cut. I'm getting real close to that test at delta neutral. Almost there. 2 gaps to the downside on this, though. What's DN at exactly? $21.38. Ooh, VIX 25. How do you create the 10-2 indicator on TV? It's a 10-year minus the 2-year, like 10-year yield minus the 2-year yield. So you do like in the search bar. You just type it in the search bar. Right here. Just like that. Like if you want to do it individually, you just you type in US 10-year, right? And you select it. Well, you get the 10-year, and then you go back to it, and then you go minus, and you go US 2-year. Boom. Are you guys seeing this shit on correlation? Uh-oh. What mattress stocks? I mean, usually during periods like that, it's like health, utilities, consumer non-durables. Consumer non-durables are fucking killing it this month. Like P&G, Coke, Pepsi, fucking Philip Morris, shit like that. McCormick, Hormel, Hershey, Kellogg, Kraft, Kraft Heinz, K-View. You guys remember me buying a bunch of that. Just reading Dork's Diet. But utilities are usually pretty good too. Like, there are things people can't live without. The communication sector is probably not going to get hit too hard. I mean, maybe a little bit, but distribution services tend to still continue doing well. Domestic producers and manufacturers, if tariffs continue. I don't see tariffs reigniting inflation since companies no longer have the pricing power they did in recent years. But they also don't want to take it in the margin. So job cuts. I mean, yeah, that's what happens, right? You get if consumers can no longer bear the burden of the increased costs, then you have to reduce overhead some other way. So you either need to reduce market share, and it's not actually true. I mean, producers have a lot of flexibility. You know, inflation's up, but most like consumer non-durables are being sold at like 150% versus the like 6% like realized inflation on the cost side. So I mean, a lot of those companies have just leaned really hard into taking advantage of the increased wages and rise in inflation because people already expect higher pricing. And so there's a lot of padding there, but yes, I mean, when the consumer can't bear the burden of the cost anymore, then the inevitable way to keep margins where they're at is to cut employees. And then you have to start taking hits to your margin, which reduces, forward earnings yields and that drives a recession. But I mean, even now, wages are still up slightly. Unemployment hasn't. I mean, it's gonna go up because of the government layoffs, but in the private sector, unemployment's still. People still aren't getting fired. Not in mass. So I think we got a while for that to play out. The majority of inflation is just direct profit through price gouging. What about Massachusetts? No, not if we test GN. If we close below GN. We did test it. 2159 was our low, and last night's delta neutral was 2138. What way does monthly GN move in the following month after large moves? Or is it completely dependent on positioning? It's always dependent on positioning. We had our fourth round of layoffs yesterday. Somewhat smaller company, though. We're in manufacturing tech. That's still not showing up in the labor data. I mean, yeah, layoffs are increasing somewhat, but producer costs are going up. We've talked about this for like 3 years. If producer costs rise, they've got to do something to offset those losses. Yeah. COVID was a lot of early retirement during COVID and people pulling out of the workforce. Certainly can't have those CEOs take a cut. Yeah, I mean that's really the problem. We could probably put a lot of this shit in check if corporations were willing to just grow at a slow and steady pace over time, slightly above the rate of inflation. They paid out dividends to their shareholders and they didn't pay their executives, an enormous chunk of the profits made, and those earnings were more evenly distributed throughout the workforce. But that's just fucking socialism, right? And this is America. Fuck yeah. Some CEOs are unpaid, very few. Most have seen compensation gains over the last 20 years that are unbelievable. Meanwhile, wages for the middle class workers are roughly where they were in the 80s. Nope, that's not true. BlackRock said boom bust was over. Which I correctly declared was the top signal. What are flows looking like? Still sold puts at 45. Getting more bot calls to the upside, 50, 55, 65, where we run into those sold puts or those bot puts again. Above 65, synthetic long at 70, 75 sold puts, bot calls at 80. So it gets a little bit better for bulls above 65. But here, like, we're probably gonna keep just falling into these 40 puts over and over. To the downside, we're building a little bit of sold put support, 35, 25, 20. Bought puts out of the money, 57.05, 56.95. But that could be like maybe like a spread or something. This was BlackRock's statement for their end of year tax loss harvesting. Megaforce's same like 0 DT put selling. Yeah. That was back here. It's been nothing but profit taking ever since. It's almost like they wanted everyone to go max long so they could offload their bags. Yeah, we got a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders off of a low.
Someone put their pickle
Now that we
in my
tapped
jar
DN,
now
does that
that
give
we
us
tapped
permission to
DN.
get
Does
that
that
relief
give us
rally?
permission
Bulls have
to
been
get that
calling
relief rally?
for
Bulls have been
to
calling for
5900,
to
5950, and maybe like 5900.
Chart seems super bearish, but
No,
every time
that's
we've
not
touched
true.
DN in
Every
the
time we've
past, we've
touched
bounced
DN in the
hard.
past, we have not bounced
This
hard.
time it's different. Need a higher high first to confirm.
Yeah,
3.
you need a higher high to confirm. If you go back and look at like DN on SPX, we bounced hard in August and in April of 24. But prior to that, when volatility was high, remember volatility was really low on this test, and this test was reversed by Japan. But you know, other tests of delta neutral have not been bullish. Usually some stability before delta neutral fails. But if you go back to like 2022, when volatility was actually at the levels it's at right now, tests of delta neutral usually led to failures, and those failures preceded like 5 to 10% downside moves. So if you like look at like, well, the first big failure of DN was here in Jan of 2022, and we went from what 54.30 down to 52.23. The next like DN failure was at like 5,500, and our low was 4,100 or 4,500 to 4,100. The next one in April was 4,400 to a low of 3,800. Like these were not great. And then everyone remembers the August one. We went from the DN was at 40.85 and we fucking dropped to 3,500. So yeah, these are usually not a good thing. To today's down too and testing it. So yeah, if it fails and we close under delta neutral overnight, very bad. Historically. I mean, it's technically like brushing up against a bear market. It'd be a shame if SLD came in like a wrecking ball. Well, remember, prior to SLD, we'll probably see some kind of attempt at a rally. Because what happens is once you fall below delta neutral, like delta neutral starts to become resistance, like very strong resistance to the upside move. Does anyone know if GDP now is accurate? Atlanta Fed revised to negative 2.4, so it was negative 2.8 the other day. The ISM services data shifted it a little higher. But that's the expected economic damage due to tariffs being priced in also, and contraction in the manufacturing sector, increased prices across both services and manufacturing. A lot of that is presumptive, and we'll get a more. I mean, today's assessment's factoring in balance of trade a little bit also, but we'll get a more accurate picture of GDP estimates once we get like CPI, PPI. Can we do live and direct from seat 21A? Currently winging our way over the Rocky Mountains. Nice. Historically, how long does that DN failure continuation then last? I mean, I don't know. You can go look and count them. They're usually they're like it's a failure and then a retest and then like a larger failure, but a few days. There were periods where we stayed under DN for a very long time. But I would say generally speaking, like the failure to retest period is like a week or so. Like here in September of 2023, that was about like 11 days before it bounced. Then the next one was 7 days before it started reversing. We're already pretty long into the failure of GN here already. I think this might be our longest breakdown from gamma neutral since like April of last year. So 1, 2, 3, 9, and we're still 10 days right now. I don't know. It varies though. It's just positional. It's wherever they can build support. But I mean, you get profit taking on the put side eventually, and that's usually what triggers a bear rally if you're under delta neutral because not much else can. I don't even know if we have RUT. Do we? No, we don't have RUT in the. Actually, we might have it somewhere else though. Can't remember if we only did NDX. I think we only have NDX. Yeah. NDX is already below delta neutral. It was 21,258. Although there's not a ton of options interest on that. Is it regarded to pick up a call here? I mean, anytime you're in a negative gamma or delta environment, it's usually a good idea to have some kind of protection against mean reversion because it can happen so quickly. How low do you think TQQQ could go? No idea. I mean, downside, like, technical targets are really just psychological on it. Because it, like, the last time it was this low was, I think, the last time it was this low was, like, September of last year. I don't think TQQQ is really a great place to get supports from, though, because you have beta decay, which affects the price of the fund. Probably just use like QQQ. The next major support on QQQ is down at like 483, I think, around there. And then like 477, 471, and then 446 ish. Nice. I haven't paid much attention since 6147. What's going on? Trump's crashing the market. I noticed the reverse head and shoulders in this gamma territory generally have a lower right shoulder, and they been lastly failing after breaking out. Yeah, because so what happens on an inverse head and shoulders, right, is that you find buyers, those buyers fail, and you get a low, right, where new buyers step in, and then those buyers previously buy here, but in a negative gamma environment, and that drives the upside move. In a negative gamma environment, when this shoulder sells off, so when you start getting profit taking here, the MM is also selling. They're selling into that downtick, right? And so what happens is, as profit taking occurs, you end up with like a lower right shoulder because the MM's selling the downtick. And then that can destabilize because buyers become unwilling to come in at the prior support, and then it fails. So you get a lot of like this, and you're getting like a lower low off of that, and then bulls will try again. This one that we have right now actually does have a higher right shoulder. So it's a good way of determining your risk levels. First firing squad execution in 15 years set for Friday. In what country? What? Hmm. Yep. South Carolina. Sorry to hear that. I had a buddy of mine just lose his job at Meta too.
Someone put their pickle in my jar. Is NFP tomorrow significant enough to kick off the next left
NFP is
round or
significant
start a
enough.
rally?
It's
Or do you
significant enough
expect a
to
more
drive
muted
a
response?
rally
3.
from here. I mean, there's bulls are already trying to gain support here, so yeah, it definitely could. It'll depend what the numbers are. Is there a trend line or indicator widely used by market participants to determine? It could also drive the next leg down. Don't forget all the government layoffs that have been going on this last month. Is there a trend line or indicator widely used by market participants to determine when to sell? The 200 MA? Yeah, the 200 MA is a big one. We're testing it. Kind of slipped a little bit below it today. When you have Vega TDs, do you hedge them with weekly out of the money call spreads? How much data normally on the hedge? If your Vega put is, say, 60 to 90 days out, usually I sell puts against them, like shorter dated puts, but wide spreads, so the margin requirement's a little rough if you don't have portfolio margin. Even a bullish reversal here is probably gonna have a hard time getting above 5,800 today. I had a margin text last night. IBKR doesn't fuck around. I wasn't even trading on margin. Nice. No squeezy to fill the overnight gap. If we get back over gamma flip, not the overnight gap, no. I don't think so. We would need a pretty. We would need like news or something to drive that. Because the overnight gap is up at like fucking 40, 58.40. They'd have to push through a. It's so hard to squeeze off big sold call walls when you're in negative gamma. It's easy in positive, like a positive gamma environment, because the MM supports the downtick, and so when you on the test, when things sell off, the MM starts buying, which keeps the pressure on the sold calls. But in a negative gamma environment, when you run into big sold calls like that, like yesterday at 58.50, like those downticks sell off every time, and so the bulls lose ground on every test, which we saw earlier today on the delta flip, like a bunch of times, right? Like every sell off just like that's fucking rough. That's really hard for bulls to like push through. And even if they can, it gets harder and harder to push up the more above like the gamma flip they get. So the more positive the more positive gamma gets, the more the MM is selling into the uptick. So as that like zero DTE gamma exposure turns positive, the MM starts selling into rising prices, which is like you'll usually get like a big move up, and then it'll kind of slow down and start doing this shit for the rest of the day, and then it fails when it runs into the calls. And this is because like through here the MM's buying the dip on the zero DTE, but then they kind of like once you hit resistance or near the top of that gamma, they stop buying the dip. And then the overall environment is still negative. So when this rejects, the failures are really, really hard. Or people take profits. Either way. I don't know. I haven't looked at Upstart in a while. Looks like a pretty good chance. It's getting shorted here. Kind of hard. Yeah, it's below DN. There's a little bit of support around 55, 56, but it could fall to 50, I think, pretty easily. Maybe like 52. Yeah, maybe like 52. 50-52 is downside support. And then below that, 45, 40. Lower high on the reversal. Some of the puts at 57.40 are trimming. But more puts at 57.65. So this upside move from 45 out to 65 still has some 60-65 resistance, even if we break to the upside of 50. 50 is like a very small synthetic line, but bulls really need to get over 70. 67 to 70 in order to get a reversal on the intraday. Otherwise, I think we could just end up chopping around 50, like 40 to 50, back and forth. It doesn't look like we have a lot for a downside move right now. I mean, things could sell off, but it seems like they've built a little bit of stability here. What should our expected call selling area be today? You mean where are people selling calls? They're mostly above 5,800. feel like this crash will be long and slow. Could be. A lot of people unwilling to sell. A lot of people that are up a lot. It's the change in IV at the strike. So like live volatility on each strike. I may not be remembering correctly. No, swing trading requires a large portfolio. It's very management heavy. People with smaller portfolios should probably focus on like sell side or, you know, like stock trading or sell side or buy rights or CSPs, something like that. What's the news on Riley? I don't think there's been any news recently. They got back into compliance with NASDAQ, which was good for them. And then there was some discussion about them going private at $7 a share. That was put to rest. I think they entered into their credit agreement the other day. Probably good for them over time, but they're still in a very precarious financial position. Previously, they were a fairly successful fund, though, so I mean, they could be able to turn things around. Got thrown on reg share a couple days ago. Makes sense. FTDs on it are pretty high. Could get exciting. I mean, if you were going to get exposure to it, you would need a lot of theta, I think. I know that during an equities crash, usually everyone buys into bonds, but given the possible stagflation, do you still see that happening? I mean, people are bought into bonds really hard the last couple of weeks, but I think, yes, they could definitely get fucked. If the Fed has to hike, all of those positions are going to get ruined. And I still think we're going to see the 10-year yields at like 6 to 7% before the end of the year. Yeah, what's up, Joshy? Wait, did you send me a DM? You didn't send me a DM. Oh, you did. Hold on. What? You think you're smarter than Goldman? Frequently, yeah. I don't think there's going to be a lot of stagnation. I think it's going to be just like straight into a recession depression with high inflation. Domestic inflation will probably stay high until they pull back the tariffs, and then it'll fall, but it's far more likely that growth contracts than inflation stays elevated through that period. You love weighing in on stagflation, don't you, Treetop? No, DN doesn't really. It doesn't really act like a slingshot. Once the rest of positioning moves closer to it, then yes, but we're not really there yet. I think bulls are going to keep trying to save it here at 20, 25, 20 today. Every loss of like 30 and 40 is driving more sold puts on the upside. I don't think they're gonna like abandon it down to 5,700. Hmm. Hmm. Still act like a slingshot. Hopes and dreams of 575 dead? I don't even know what the fuck SPY is trading at. 572? No, I don't think so. Kirk's building sine waves. Just a little bit. Hmm. Hmm. What happened, Nick? Because everyone went 57.75. That's where it flips bullish. Classic hedging off a jade lizard with an alabaster lemur. See it all the time. I'll test it 24. I picked up some leaps with a stop. Thanks, man. You got it, dude. Oh, shit. Yeah. Bounced right off of my support. Look at that. Nice. Not a bad bounce either. Huh. Zero DTE calls. I don't know. I feel like I'd still want to confirm the upside. You could. Just be careful at 50 and 62. Really careful. There a write-up on Hal somewhere? Probably like a long time ago. Yeah, it was Pickle's pick the last time it was at this level. With price targets from 32 to 45. Which it hit. So it was like back here. And these were the long-term PTs. Most of which it hit. It's a little riskier buying it on this downside move, but sometimes the options liquidity on it's not too bad. Advice for a beginner trader blowing up their first account: go back to paper trading. Like, write down, assess what you did wrong, go back to paper trading, and try to improve on it. And when you're profitable again, paper trading, and feel comfortable, then, you know, you can consider risking on again. I think Python meant was SoFi personal loan. No, I did not. For the love of God, go back to paper trading. Yep. Is this a flag of some sort? It's a slight downtrend. That we almost broke out of. I mean, it's a descending wedge, I guess. You like fucking you can do like that. Which is slightly bullish. Oh wait, that's fucking like off center, right? Hold on. It's bullish consolidation, but it's volatile. If you aren't profitable for at least a month straight on paper, you're not ready for real trading. I would say more than a month, but yeah. I play songs. It's been like a week. Whatever. Netflix gonna do 965 again? I have no idea. Netflix looks like dog shit. Looks like it's heading back to like 825. Jesus, we're testing like November's low on ES. On paper trading, roughly how many reams should I go through before I'm ready for pallets? Oh, I think a notebook will do you just fine. $156.95. I don't think today. Maybe tomorrow. by selling lots and lots and lots of puts to Animal. The same way they always do. Bulls have a one-track mind. Paper trading for 3 years is crazy. Yeah, 3 years is excessive, but if you need to do it that long, that's how long you need to do it for. I did it like almost 2. I mean, it largely went on that long because I just didn't have time to trade, but removing the emotional toll of big losses in money helps tremendously to build up confidence in what you're doing. It does. You should never stop paper trading, even if you have live accounts. I should listen to that advice. Very frequently, Doric or Nuke will make something new, and I'll just throw 10 grand in an account and blow it up. It's fun. That's a write-off. I need to get a more creative accountant. I paper trade about 10 days every 2 weeks. One day of blowing up my real porridge, 10 days of paper trading until I get my next paycheck. Congratulations, Godfrey. I don't know. I thought the drop under 75 was pretty fucking awesome. Is GME at $13 yet? I don't see anybody asking me about it for like 2 weeks. Ew, it's still at 24 bucks. Gross. God, it is getting shit on hard. It's gotta bounce soon, right? Fucking ETF FTDs did nothing. Maybe off 20. They say DFV still holds. I don't think so. Hmm.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
Gang's looking fat from 57.40 to 57.80. Does that make it more easy if it gets momentum? A little bit. Yeah, I mean, there's less resistance. It's not completely flat, though. It just flattens out. There's going to be resistance at like 70, 75, but then it kind of improves above that a bit. That's why that like 65 test is so important, and then the like getting out above like 82 to get out to 5800 would be very important. The short puts at 57.40 have been closing though, or the long puts rather. Some of the out of the long money long puts are kind of giving up down around like 57.05. Still a lot of short calls up above 5800, but not too much near spot. At best, 57.75. No, we could push all the way up to 5800. That's definitely possible. It's just there's resistance from like 65 through, like, well, probably like 63 to like 80, 82. That'll be hard to get over. And a failure there will probably mean a pullback to 50. I think a move up is most likely or still unlikely. I mean, they're trying. It's hard to offset the downticks. Hurts. Makes it difficult for them to establish like solid support. I'm just here to be confirmation for calls. Um, you could either try to enter at the low and set stops, or wait till like above like 62.
Mm. There's some technical support on ES here around like 57.23 or some shit. And VIX is already broken out for the day. It's up like 15%. Yeah, I would probably. Well, I don't necessarily love cash, but that's probably a better bet than trying to time a bottom here. I don't think I would sell CSPs in this environment at all. The correlation's breaking down super fast. That was like weak. If we fail, probably 5,700. We're kind of failing the consolidation here a little bit. Yes, it's still holding up a little. 5,700 or 5675 would be the downside targets on a failure.
Huh. Retested the trend. Failed. I think this is a pretty significant failure, actually. And besides delta neutral, it's pretty important on ES also. Carry leverage breakdown. Forward yield on falls rising. It could drop further than 5,700. Look at IV to the downside. It's gonna be fucking shitload of gains in IV if we test 5,700. I would say it could fall to like 60. 675, maybe even like 650. Fall just goes crazy. Like look at Vana. Yeah, good. 75 is probably more likely, or 60. But I mean, technically, that that delta at 5,700 goes in the money. It's definitely bad. Mix at 25. Jesus. Someone's buying that 85 put. This level on ES is important. If you look back, it's a pretty important support. And that opens up like that gap fill from September down to like was that like 56.41? Yeah, I'm gonna have to move ES levels down for the first time in 2 years. Now that's bullish. What's up, Nick? My expert opinion is this looks like fucking dog shit. You're not wrong. It's a valid opinion. Stop gooning to your data package and talk to us. Oh, that's not what I'm gooning to. I'm good. I'm gooning to this. It's not you. It's amazing. Did you create an options big rig? Hmm. What a Yellen's 2025 swimsuit calendar. How is that manageable? It all cash settles. It's not that bad of a position, right? Like, I mean, so we move up, bulls bounce it, we retest 65, 75, fail, and close at 50, right? We fail this pump, close at 5,700, or we dump on increasing IV. And then if bulls get 75 and we pump over and test 5,800, I make a shitload of money. It's perfect. Like hedged off for a 5,700 close, hedged off for a 50 close, and then if we hit the tails, win big. I could buy another one of these debit spreads too. Nerd, I know. Do it. I think at that point I would just buy like another out of the money put because it'd be like 20 cents. What if we just go flat? Like we close at 57.30? That would suck. But with vol this high, I think it's unlikely. Yeah, I'm still fucking with it. It covers all three possible. I think it covers all four possible closes, which would be like we fail 5,700 down to 5,650. We close here flat at like 50. Well, $20 higher. Close at 5,700. Or pump like crazy. So I got them all. sweating about it. Max loss is like 2K. It's like getting burned on one at the money call right now. Now that we're in the time of 2 to 3% index swings, there'll be a lot of gooning, post trade coom clarity, post trade coom regret, make white fellow pickles. Exactly. It's already reversing. It's too late for a bear sign. They're shorting the fuck out of vol right now. The options position was obviously illegal, so I've alerted Gary Gensler. I was just bored. Relax. I haven't actually opened the lower butterfly yet. But I think if this doesn't reverse back to 50, I will. Because I can open it for like 980. So it's like fucking 60 cents of risk. Whee! Oh, I just hedged off the whole thing on ES. Nice. What's that strat? It's like a triple butterfly, but I have like more profit on the tails. Was that news or just a bounce? Ooh, we did get some news. Some Canadian energy is still subject to a 10% tariff. U.S. could drop tariffs on Canada and Mexico if fentanyl progress. Secretary Lechnick says the fact that the stock market goes up or down every day is not a driving force of our outcomes. 1 month exemptions to 25% tariffs on Mexico and Canada are going to cover all USMCA covered goods. Cost cutting program DOGE will play an advisory role at these agencies. Trump tells cabinet secretaries they will have the final say on personnel and policy at their respective agencies. New limits on Elon Musk per Politico. Oh, interesting. What's this? Donald Trump convened his cabinet in person on Thursday to deliver a message. You're in charge of your departments, not Elon Musk. According to two Trump officials, Trump told top members of administration that Musk was empowered to make recommendations to the department, but not issue unilateral decisions on staffing and policy. Musk was also in the room. The meeting followed a series of mass firings and threats to government workers from billionaire Tesla founder, who helms the Department of Government Efficiency, that created broad uncertainty of the federal government and its workforce. Clipping his wigs so soon. How's Tesla doing? Damn it, it bounced. Fucking ETFs. How's that bullish? Fewer people fired. I wonder if Elon's just like too autistic to realize that he's gonna get scapegoated by Trump. Look at how you've done it again. I know. I was looking at it earlier. Hal's future looks a little more bleak nowadays, though. It looked a lot better back when it was a Pickles pick in 2022. Can you repeat how high we could go? If we can get above 63, push up through the sold puts, I would say that we could probably push out to 5,800. There's some bot puts that are going to be a little bit of difficulty coming in at like 80 and 85 that could present like a bit of a cap on price action. But I don't think anything between here and there is going to slow shit down. Also, this is news driven, so um, the mechanics of those bot puts might not matter much. Here's the gamma test. Damn, that was nuts. $35 points on ES. Ridiculous. It's not no tariffs. It's still delayed tariffs. I think people are just more happy about Elon getting his firing powers revoked. Fail. Blame. Profit taking. I mean, this is just the effect of profit taking on a rally in this environment. It's nasty. But we could find support at 40 here. And then we'll see if they push off of that or not. Ooh. Big spike involved on that. Back to 25 on VIX. Let's see, more news. U.S. is urging Iraqi government to eliminate dependence on Iranian sources of energy as soon as possible. U.S. and Israel can take action if Hamas doesn't release hostages. Zelensky says, my team will remain in Saudi Arabia for a meeting with U.S. officials. Trump says if his staffers don't cut, Musk will do the cutting. Trump says, I'm not even looking at the market. And there will be short-term disruption, long-term economy very strong. Some people say the strongest we've ever seen. Trump says we can balance the budget next year. Oh, fuck. Uh-oh. The bond market gonna react to that. Incoming statements from Fitch. That's not a good thing to say. Trump on steel and aluminum tariffs. It'll happen next week. Steel and aluminum tariffs will not be modified. The big one will happen in April. Canada and India are high tariff nations. This is crazy. It's really hard to take a position here. Yeah, it is, because Trump's talking. Are there any more remaining CTA levels? Oh, yeah. Yeah. 57.73 was one. 56.96. This is another good reason to try to keep us from dropping. And then there's some, like, older ones, too. Below that, like, like back at like 53, 55.23, and like 51, like 51.19 through 51.35. If we get that low, CTAs are going to start going short. If they're not already, like on the loss, like we're going to get some on the loss of the EMA 200 or the MA 200. NFP a coin flip tomorrow? Yeah, it kind of depends on the amount of government jobs lost and the reporting on that. Do you got anything for end of quarter? What do you mean? No USMCA exemption for auto tariffs next month. I'll make a decision soon on Ukrainian TPS status. Hmm. Made a lot of progress with Russia and Ukraine in the last 2 days. Zelensky urges a Sky Sea ceasefire as prologue to peace. I'm having discussions with Hamas and Israel. I'm not giving them cash. $50, $55, $70. So things get a little bit more bullish above, like locally, above 35 here. And that could drive another push out to like that 60 resistance again. Just be careful of rejections if you're playing the long side, because they're nasty. It's very bad if it closes under DN, but I don't think that's a concern right now. Nice, Kitsune. Trump, I would like to start denuclearization talks. This is wild. Jesus Christ. I told automakers short-term deal on tariffs. I would like to start denuclearization. I've discussed with Hamas and Israel. If NATO countries don't pay, the U.S. won't defend. NATO countries still not paying enough. It's almost like Putin's just talking in Trump's voice. He like gets his hand up there and just works him like a puppet. Baby Bulls, once I heard the tariffs were on hold. What's the meaning of this? This is just Trump speaking. Just driving up volatility. Did you abandon pigeon whale rims and Tims? I'm gonna make you pay. After we ended that one day above 60, unbelievable. Punish me instead. No, I think you're into that. It makes it less fun. I didn't think you would notice immediately. You thought you could just make thousands of dollars and be a temporary pigeon whale? I'm gonna find out who your next and current girlfriends are. Shame, shame, shame. Oh no, I really hate being shamed and choked. That's the worst. You guys are so fucking weird. I care for everyone in the jar to vote for Trump's third term next year because they made so much money off this market because of your teachings and volatility. Trump's not even gonna know where the support's coming from. It's just zero DTE degenerates who want to keep the gravy train rolling. Jeez. Thanks, Twat Waffle. See, Twat Waffle's a pigeon whale. Rims. You bitch. You paper-handed bitch. After you overheld EPAM and weren't able to afford your Land Rover, this is how you repay me? I hope you get a scuff mark on your Sperry's. Make it stop. Kirk's out here violating the Geneva Convention. I'm American. That's what we do best. VUP's incoming? I'd also be cool with just closing exactly at 57.50. I'm hungry. God, it's already 3:15. I'm gonna forget to eat today again. What's going on about now? Why isn't this televised? Money market funds hit a new record at 7.03 trillion. Trump on NATO. I'm not sure allies would defend us. Against what? We have to protect Japan, but they don't have to defend us. Ukraine wants a deal. Jesus Christ, he's so unhinged. I'll be going to Saudi Arabia. They have agreed to a large investment. In what? Crispy pizza in Brooklyn always pop in my YouTube feed. Any good? I don't think I've been there. I'm just gonna extend the TikTok deadline. Crocs is actually interesting for calls here. Maybe. I don't like the drop in consumer confidence, but their earnings are fine. I'm thinking about adding to my Celsius. It's a little above cost basis, so I'm gonna have to average up, but did you see the fucking rip on Monster over the last few days? I think Dave's the only person who owns Monster. Or TomTom. I found Crocs using the filter thing. Monster went up like 20% in the last week. Or last few weeks. Do you know that Monster is the best performing stock historically? I thought that was Celsius. Like, well, when Celsius was at its peak. But yeah, I know Monster's up like 80,000% or something from its like IPO. Celsius, the energy drink company, CELH. They just bought out or they're in the process of buying out Alani New, but they haven't announced how much dilution they're gonna do. So I'm a little on the fence about buying more. I might wait a bit. Celsius from its lows is like hit like a 200,000% gain at one point. Yeah, they have good fundamentals. I never fucking owned any of it back then. I think one time I traded it from like $1 up to like $2. How are there no gaps on these crazy moves? There's a lot of positioning around here. Not a lot of illiquidity. There's like around DN, like the 25 strike. That's I think where you're most likely to see gaps. They're in 50. Wouldn't Fubo 2,000% gain? Was the 450% just not good enough? Are we dropping into close? We're dropping into right now. There's still support here at 20, 25. But yeah, the bulls are failing to get more upside. Keep getting rejected on the 5740 puts. It was weird. They're not very big either. It's a little bit of sold puts. 20, 25, 30. 30 is a synthetic long, so getting above that's supportive a bit. There's some sold calls at 35, which is a bit strange. I can't believe they haven't like pumped hard to get 5770 and close out their short puts there. Maybe they're just gonna roll them into tomorrow. Let me look. Bot puts at 50 for tomorrow. Chunk of them. Some bot puts at 40, 45. Slow puts for tomorrow at 20 and 10. Huh. God, Friday's... Yeah, Friday still looks super bearish. A little less resistance to the upside, but not a lot of support to the down. Futures has like a little bit of bullish consolidation. We got what, 30 minutes into close. Gamma turns positive at about 50 right now. 55. Hmm. How wide are you strangling? Depends where we close, or what we're near into close. I might strangle like 65-25 if we close under 50. If we close at 50, I'll probably do like 75-25. Yeah, premiums are insane. I think AQ on earnings tomorrow. Do you see any concerns with the tariffs? Is there a Canadian-based company Well, I mean, this is just going to be reciprocal, so not really. And it seems like energy tariffs are only going to be at 10%. Also, they're like they're Canadian based, so their operations are in the U.S. So I'm not even sure how much of the energy they're supplying uh is like coming from Canada directly. I think their big ones are in like Arkansas, California, Kansas, Missouri, New Hampshire, and Oklahoma. And they have another facility in Connecticut. They have two facilities in Canada, a solar one in Cornwall, Ontario. Or no, one facility in Canada. And then they have one in New Brunswick, New York, and then one in Chile. And the Chilean one is the water distribution and wastewater collection operations. They have one in Bermuda? Huh. Alright. So I think the only one that would be affected is the facility in Cornwall, Ontario, the solar facility. Everything else is domestic, so actually I ended up with a 5600p, 5900C strangle for end of month. Huh, that's crazy. Oh, just freeze right here. No more trading. It's the perfect price. Oh no, it's slipping. I need to climb back up. I would also take 5800. Okay, I don't mind 5695 either. No, I don't want 5725. That one's lame. Lame because it's at max loss. I could change that. No, lame because it doesn't make sense to close there. I guess it does a little bit, but I think as long as the delta doesn't slip here, we should be able to hold above 40. God, look at the fucking in the money puts at 70 and 75. There's so many of them. I wonder if they squeeze those, I think we could get to 5,800 too. But there's only 25 minutes left. Hmm. Did you hear Trump shout out TSM at his speech? No. I didn't listen to his speech. I just got the like news clips. Waller says, I don't see a case for a March rate cut. Feb data comes in good. I'll feel better about inflation. I'm waiting to see if weakness in soft data shows up in broader statistics. We have to respond to hard data. Fed could cut rates for positive and negative reasons. Fed policy is still restrictive. Liar. Ooh, he's doing the dove thing. He's saying a median of 2 cuts for this year remains reasonable. I don't think anyone's gonna like that. If data comes in as forecast tomorrow, how do you think the market will react? For NFP, there shouldn't be much of a reaction. I think unemployment's probably going to inch a little higher, maybe. Although, with the lag, it might just be flat. Um, but NFP could miss to the downside probably by quite a bit. I'm not really sure that growth in the services sector was enough, and like ADP was pretty bad. So I'm not really expecting a big beat on NFP. That would be weird. But I think earnings might be up. And then a Friday Powell speech at 12:30 is exciting. I said a Friday Powell speech is exciting. I know tomorrow's Friday. Give me 1 second. If they don't cut at the next FOMC, it's going to be a full-on Trump meltdown. Probably. Yeah, I know Costco said they were going to raise wages for... I think, like, it's not everybody. It's just people who've been there for, like, X number of years or more. Yeah, SPX is, like, right at the MA 200. I think the MA 200 is a little higher than DM. Let me look. It's 730 right now. Hmm. Is what likely to continue in the overnight session? The downside? If bears want to get it down further, they might need to try to gap it down overnight. They can't push it down now. There's a decent amount of support. Not a lot of momentum. We Bulls definitely don't want it to close there. Not that they necessarily have a choice, but I would say they would like it above like 57 ES. Breaking, JD Vance puts his cast iron skillet in the dishwasher. VIX is still at 25, but I don't think it will be for very long. They're shorting this pretty hard. I guess it depends on how resistance at 40 acts. We gapped up a little there. Ooh, look at the wicks. Got $8 candle? What the fuck? Oh, so close. Wouldn't broker margin implode? Nah, I don't know. Not anytime soon. The corned beast sharts hard. Beautifully put, Sklomsk. Beautifully put. The rejections are brutal. So you have to avoid them. Trading SPY for eternity is tiring. Let's all just create JD Vance meme coin and get rich, then blame Gaff. What are we gonna call it? Couch fart? Eyeliner. Upholstery coin. JD Vance is not hot. This is a highly subjective take. I don't look anything like him. First of all, I've never worn eyeliner. I already have great eyelashes. JD Vance is not hot. Why is this something you have to confirm to someone? Or blind people in this chat? It would appear that way. SBF just did his interview from prison. Our time is now. Wait, hold on. Is he getting pardoned? Me and the MM are on the same page. I'm not getting stream sniped. I'm working with the market maker. Chill. Yeah, I know. In an interview with Tucker Carlson behind bars, SBF confirms that Diddy has been kind to him in prison. That's beautiful. I'm glad they found each other.
So close.
Get your gap, Kenny. Oh no, vol up. 2 minutes. So close. Ah, whiffed. Ding ding. It didn't work. Close, but it didn't work. All right. I know. I was like $6 off. Stops on at the money contracts with vol this high. I probably need to widen mine. Probably like 25 or 30. If you're going at the money. The MM got fucked there too, but now we're gonna move up in after hours. We built a little bit of a base here. 57, 54, and 5807 are important resistances to the upside. It looks like we're maybe gonna bounce off trend here. Obviously we'd be looking for a lower high, so a failure to test 5800 or, you know, a failure to break out above 5830 would both be probably pretty relevant. Things still look pretty bearish, and any failure of DN, I think, is gonna lead back down to that lead to a 5700 test, and then beyond that, like 5650 to the downside. So there's a lot of range to the downside still. We'll see how people reposition today. Top end of the yield curve moving up throughout most of the day, despite the falling dollar. But the dollar did gain some ground back on the euro after some of the tariff stuff was pulled back. specifically on like USMCA goods and auto tariffs until next month. So what we're getting is he's like rolling forward a lot of the decision out into the same time as the April decision on reciprocal tariffs. Commodities up a little bit, although it seems to just be agricultural. Precious metals and energy down. Correlation moved up very fast today. Big breakdown in short-term correlation. Um, and on the 3 month also, not as rapid of a pace, but that did start to turn around a tiny bit into the end of the day again. Leverage on the carry trade up from this afternoon, or well, I guess yesterday. I guess Tuesday. Wednesday. Is it up today? Just barely up today. I think it was up. Yeah. It was up in the early part of the day, fell, and then it's moving up again. Forward yield on vol at 10.91%. Uh, and, I think we're kind of starting to see the move in yields stagnate. That might be starting to fall a little bit, which could be another indication that we're seeing more short vol coming in. Bond volatility is probably not going to move up much today. It might start drifting back towards 100. Correlation's still really elevated, though, in the 3 month. Skew dropped super hard. We'll probably see it down even a little bit more today as well. I think closed the day down 167 points. So probably still more demand for those out of the money puts. A little bit of recovery in breadth, 39.56% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average. I think Dow just didn't get hit quite as hard as tech did. Correlation between VIX and cash VIX up, and VIX closing near its high for the day, or VX closing pretty near its high for the day. So I think they're still shorting vol, but it's starting to unravel a bit. And as that correlation picks up, the chances of us getting moves higher in volatility are going to increase. Fed fund futures moved up to about 19 points. So starting to price in that rate cut a little earlier. Almost all of the rate cut for June priced in at this point. And a little bit for September also. But still only like 1.5 cuts by end of year. So like, well, I guess 40 points of cuts by end of year is a little more than a half. Bear steepener moved up another 20%, so we're starting to see yields at the long end of the curve moving up relative to drops in the short end of the curve. 2-year down almost 1% today, with the 10-year up 0.37. This hasn't gotten really bad yet, but as the bear steepener increases, the chances of recession are going to become more and more likely. On the technical side, we tested and broke through the 200 MA, but we did manage to close above it into the end of the day. This is a great place for a technical bounce. There'll be a lot of dip buyers that want to come in here. If they do, and they come in force, we could see a leg up. Now, if that bounce fails, obviously very bearish, but we've got relatively the same lows over the last 3 days. I think we've established some decent support here, and so I would kind of expect at least a little bit of a relief rally or some profit taking on the put side. Now, we could still fail the 200 MA, which would mean, a loss of 56.96, and that might wipe out the people who've been buying this low for the last 3 days. And if that does happen, it's still very bearish. But we definitely do have some stability. It's not great, but it's a little. I would say that if we do bounce off this, it is probably going to be like a fairly weak bounce. Maybe back to like 58, 60, or maybe, like 59, 80 at most, and then probably a failure. And that would probably be towards like the end of next week if we're going to get that. So there's still a chance for us to get a lower low here. before we see, you know, any kind of relief from the upside pressure and volatility. And that's about it. So yeah, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. If you could, oh, what? Chat, how big a deal was getting GS for you? Oh, yeah, I mean, you could probably ask that in the Discord. You might get a better answer. I don't know. How do you guys feel about it so far? It's been about a month now since we opened it up to you guys. Witness me? Thanks, Bob. Bob Ross. I don't want you to get confused with right-wing Bob. We do have another roundtable tonight at 9 p.m. That's correct. You can participate in the Q&A over on the Discord, or, you know, listen in here on YouTube. Looks cool. Still don't know what I'm doing. Alright. GS is hella strong. Thanks, hella bros. I have it, but I don't really know how to use it. Okay. It has lines. It does. I've literally made more money in 4 weeks in a downtrend than at any time in 3 years. Okay, cool. If you get caught account sharing, you will get banned. Just FYI. He bought puts for the last 3 years during the bull rally. Probably, yeah. I hit 200,000K. That's fucking awesome, man. I know. Cancelled until middle tier scanners are added. I have no stocks, so base plan's not as useful. The Gex and Dex scanner are coming to the base tier. Just FYI. I believe the Greek scanner is already available on the base tier, and then the Gex and Dex scanners are going to be out next week. I closed most of my puts except a few runners. Alright. I use VPN sometimes. It won't trigger any flags, will it? I don't know. I don't think so. Alright, that's it. Thank you guys for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow. Have a good one. Later, guys.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.